Good morning, everyone, and welcome to part three of our coverage of the 2025 Buck 50. I'm Eric, and alongside me right now is not much of anybody at the start line of I'm going to refer to it as the finish line of the 2025 Buck 50. It has since seen its start line on Friday, and we are here to begin day two coverage or continue day two coverage of the 2025 Buck 50. We are now 5:12 in the morning. We have been broadcasting this event since 12:40 on Friday, so we are well past the about 15-hour mark on our coverage of this event. It has been absolutely awesome so far, and I gotta say, the challenge aspect of it is weighing in. As you can see here, we had to call in reinforcements, so to speak. We got in the warm zone, got a little cozy, and we told Bubba, we told Kendall, it's all good. If you want to take a little nap, we can catch back up. We can do that. That's all right. So we got a few fighting on the other side of the sleep train, and that's good. That's good. They're going to need that for the back end of this coverage, which still has 13 hours to go. We will still be here for another 12 hours and 46 minutes. 5:14 in the morning here. I'm at the top of the hill at Ohio University Chillicothe, home of the Hilltoppers, right outside the Shoemaker Center. And I gotta say, being a part of this event, I mean, right at the heart of the start finish line at the top of the hill, man. It's been an awesome location for an awesome event for an even better cause, and it's presented its challenges throughout the morning, throughout the day, but. This type of event would bring no less, right? This is exactly the type of event. That's exactly why we tried to do this type of event was so we could, do something that is as challenging as this event, which is, as Dave Huggins, race director, that we had the opportunity to talk with in part one this past afternoon for about an hour, which was awesome. Dave is generally the busiest man in Ross County on race day, and he still gave us an opportunity to catch up and really talk about the events and the happenings of the Buck 50 in the efforts on all fronts from from his team. And for him to take that time and talk with us and update us was great. We really appreciated that from Dave. And just a class act. That's what Dave is. That's what Dave does. But again, happy to be a part of this event, something that stands for something so strong. And this is something that you don't have to look far for people that believe in this event, for people that believe in this cause. But I gotta say, this is something that we believe in pretty strongly and pretty passionately. So uh, we're happy. Like I said, we're happy to be participating in our coverage of this event. We're going to continue our checkpoint coverage as well here in part three, and get into the morning aspect of things and bring you through your morning aspect of the Buck 50 in day two. And this will bring you through about 11:59 a.m. on Saturday, in which we'll get into part four. And part four will encapsulate a much more grand picture of the celebration, which is the finish line of the Buck 50 here at the top of the hill. So we're excited for all of the fun action here to come in Saturday. And like I said, we're excited to get back out on the trails here into the checkpoints. Where our next stop is out on Higby Road at the Huntington Township checkpoint. So we're going to check in there and see what's up. We've been to the Memory Mile out in Clarksburg. We have been over to Kingston already. And we've got some other footage from some of the other things we've been up to this evening to come in parts three and four as well. So it's been an action packed day. Like I said, it's had its ups and downs, it's had its challenges, but overall it's gone pretty well. It's gone pretty smoothly. And this event is it's just like I said. I mean, you can read the bottom line there: 15,000 students, over $1 million, and it's 9-year program. in the fight towards drug-free youth. And like I said, no better fight, no better cause, and we're happy to be a part of it. So I'm gonna take a quick break here. We're gonna get back to the action. I think 6:30 p.m. is around the time that we're expecting. We're expecting bodies to start rolling in on Higby Road. So we're going to bring you all the action for our 6 o'clock check-in around 6:30 a.m. So we're going to check in one more time with you around 5 o'clock. We appreciate you. We're ready for part 3. It's going to get a lot more lively than what you're seeing right now. So keep an eye on this, but things are going to liven back up here in this part of part 3. So we appreciate your viewing eyes. And well, this is till later in the production. We hope to see you soon.
Oh, you're probably wanting to do a video with me and the biscuits and gravy. So good.
We'll turn our backs towards this.
Yep.
Good. We're gonna there we go. Good. All right, what's going on, everyone? Welcome to the 740 Sports Show as we continue our around-the-clock coverage of the 2025 Buck 50, and we are finally at Bub's destination of the event. We are at checkpoint 21, just outside of Richmondale here on Higby Road, and Bub, we are finally getting the opportunity to experience the biscuits and gravy.
Yeah, I mean, we had to wait till 6 in the morning on Saturday to get it, but what better time to start the morning with some biscuits and gravy? I already killed my bowl of Eric's.
Yeah, I was
going to
say
finish mine. This is purely aesthetic for me. I've already ate mine, devoured it in the trash can over there, but it was damn good biscuits and gravy.
So, yeah, Bub is simply holding mine, and that's the only reason he's not eating it. And honestly, it's not safe for long.
That's why it's not.
So it's going to be a short check-in, very short check-in. It's still a little chilly. It's still a little chilly in the 30s still, but the sun is going to be out all morning, all afternoon, and it's going to be a much prettier day in Bubba's world, at least, than it was yesterday. So we're geared up, we're ready for day 2, just under 12 hours remaining of our broadcast. We're going to take it back to the start-finish line here in just a couple of hours, but we probably have another checkpoint check-in or two to come. Bub, the Huntington schools are here providing the biscuits and gravy, the Krispy Kreme donuts,
the Sunny D.
The Sunny D, you want to shout them out?
The string cheese, too. You got
I
a little string cheese. Always get a little string cheese fan.
You always get a string cheese. You always get it.
It's just, I didn't expect you to grab a string cheese whenever there was just like biscuits and gravy, donuts, and out of all things you get for string cheese.
I'm going to dip it in my biscuits and gravy.
That's disgusting.
Well, it's going to happen. Stay tuned. But that's it for this time at checkpoint 21. More to come. Thank you, baby. All right, what's going on, everyone? Welcome back to day 2, part 3 of the 2025 Buck 50. We are back at the start-finish line here. And, Bub, don't know if you noticed, don't know if you're aware.
You do look like Ray Charles.
I got the shades out.
Hey, you know what
And
that means, though?
I'm playing the piano. No, I'm not.
When
But
the sunglasses
it is-
are out, the sun's out. Finally, your theory of 65 and sunny may hold true today, Eric.
We finally turned the brightness up on the camera. You can definitely see it on the screen.
Look at
now.
how good that painting on the side of the
make-
lawn looks now, Eric.
It looked good to begin with.
I know, but you can really
65 and
see the
sunny
coloration.
yesterday.
It was not 65 and sunny yesterday.
I don't know
It was
where
freezing.
you keep getting this notion that we were experiencing bad weather.
Because we've experienced the cold for the last, what is it now? Let's call it 20 hours.
Sure.
Yeah, 20 hours.
If that makes you feel better. It's been wet, but I don't know that it was really cold yesterday. I don't know. Maybe
I think it was the opposite. I didn't really see much rain at all yesterday.
yesterday it wasn't raining, but it has been wet.
It has been.
It has been a saturated April thus far.
The fields have been flooded.
And here
Great
we
for
are.
the soil, though.
Here we are, Saturday, April 12th, 8:37 a.m., and we are the first folks back to the top of the hill this morning at OUC for the
Which
Buck
would have been the
50.
case if I ran the race, too.
It
Let's just
would
make that
absolutely
clear.
not have been. I agree with you. It wouldn't have been at all. But we're back here. We're going to have some nice weather. We're going to have a lot of excitement coming to you here before long. We've got just under 10 hours left of our broadcast, actually approaching 9 hours left of our broadcast for the day. We've had a lot of fun so far.
It's been a heck of a journey.
It has been a heck of a journey throughout the night. We stopped at 4 different checkpoints. Checkpoint 17 or checkpoint 7 in Clarksburg is where it all began for the evening. Swung over there, took a quick look around, and then headed down to the Memory Mile at checkpoint 8, right outside of Brown Chapel Church. And that was just, again,
what a setup there.
What a sight, what a scene. And it was just a beautiful time to remember those who have unfortunately lost this fight with drug addiction. And Bub, after that, we swung it over to Kingston. We hit up checkpoint 10 in the 11 o'clock hour. That took us to right at midnight. And like I said, Kingston had a nice little setup as well. It was nice over there with the old silos, and the coffee setup they had wasn't half bad either.
Hey, I will take a cup of coffee anytime I can get a cup of coffee.
I think that's when you acquired your 4th one on the day. I think you're now at number
the shaved
5 or
ice
6.
machine, maybe not the best play.
I'll tell you what, tough time for the Italian ice fella.
Yeah, that was that. I mean, and that kind of weather, and you were preaching sunny, Eric, but it was 30 degrees. And
it was nighttime.
It was dark and cold.
Once that sun went down,
it
got chilly.
It was chilly the whole day, but it definitely got a lot colder once it went away. And as you can tell, it's a lot warmer now that it's out and shining.
I mean, I feel you on some of that, but yeah, it definitely got cold.
But Kingston was awesome. Kingston was a great stop. Coffee was
cool.
great. We got to see a couple of runners run through and pass off their, what do you call those? The chains, the little handles you got to pass off as you
end
your
leg. Batons.
It's like a little ring.
They don't get batons. They're like a belt.
The trackers.
But yeah, it's like a belt.
I've been touching you a lot. Like I've been really.
It's a little
getting
weird.
in your territory.
Yeah, I know. I've had to tell you like 11
This
times.
is what happens when we shared a room. We just shared a room and we just bonded as brothers, and here we are now.
That's what happens when you have too much coffee in too short of a span.
This is way too much coffee.
It's been a lot of coffee. I think Bub's on number 6, if I'm not mistaken. Are you 5 or 6?
6.
Okay.
And this is my 4th different brand. I've had McDonald's, I've had Tim Hortons, I've had the filling station, and I've had the coffee also.
So you're just hitting up the coffee sampler within.
I am. I'm trying it all. I even tried some fancy. They had fancy coffee in Kingston. They had 3 selections.
What's been the best coffee so far?
Probably Kingston, because I got to make a decision. And I don't really
make a decision at Tim Hortons.
I know, but I usually go black coffee, but I didn't really see any black coffee there, so I was like, I got to make a choice because I got to have coffee. But it was actually pretty good. It wasn't overly flavored, like it was a naturally flavored coffee. It wasn't artificially flavored or anything like that. So I can do coffee like that.
All right, Bub, the coffee connoisseur has
never cold coffee though. Iced coffee, terrible coffee. If you drink iced coffee, you are a madman.
Kendall has a literal ice-y of a coffee.
I know. I don't know how she does it,
and I'm not really sure either. But she is, and she's also complaining that she's cold. Yeah, it is what it is.
It's
Bub,
sunny.
it is sunny. It's beautiful.
I'm not
Sunny and
complaining today.
65.
Beautiful day today.
Thank you.
Nothing to complain
It's been
about.
beautiful 2 days here. But, Bub, after we hit up Kingston, we did swing it back to the start-finish line here for just a brief moment here around 12 o'clock or so. Did another quick check-in. We lasted till about 1 o'clock or so there. And then, we were back here from 2 to 3, wrapped up close to 3 for the 2 o'clock hour, left the 4 o'clock hour alone, and got back up here around 5:10 or so to give you the 5 o'clock. And then, Bub, in that 6 o'clock hour, we hit up checkpoint 21. That was the Huntington.
The checkpoint 21. The biscuits
checkpoint.
And gravy checkpoint.
The biscuits and gravy checkpoint that Bub was promised delivered.
It was good, too. It
in a
filled
major
me
way.
up.
It did. And I got to say, they handed out 3 bowls of biscuits and gravy to 3 happy young broadcasters, I should say.
I was gonna say they had Krispy Kreme donuts there as well. Some Sunny D's. You got your little string cheese stick too.
I did.
They took care of us over there, at checkpoint 21.
We appreciated that. After that though, over on Higbee Road, where the Huntington Township checkpoint was, we swung it over to Southeastern High School at checkpoint 20. We kind of backtracked a little bit here, but we got over to SCHS, and that was probably, that was when we got the opportunity. Sun really came up, showed us that, hey, it's going to be a beautiful day here for day 2 of the Buck 50, part 3 from our perspective. And it has been exactly that since. South Point, though, nice checkpoint right there in Londonderry, the heart of the school district there, right outside the football field in the parking lot. I thought that was a nice setup. And,
I thought it was very well organized.
Yeah.
I mean, out of all the setups, it definitely had the most space and all of that. But I really liked the setups on the, just kind of wherever they were in the Huntington area, the township, whether it was, Kingston area. A lot of variety in these checkpoints that you're going to, whether you're going to a silo, just at a school, a high school, a place by a cornfield. Like, you get a lot of different views throughout this entire 150-mile journey.
You do. It's a lot of sights. It's a lot of scenes. And, Bub, I got to say, it was almost eerie being up here around 5 o'clock this morning. You could hear the birds chirping, but you couldn't hear anything else.
Yeah, I mean, it was so foggy this morning as well, but then we turn around at Southeastern High School and we see a beautiful silhouette of the sun casting right behind the tree line. So,
oh, Bub, it was beautiful. I got a tear in my eye.
Oh, I mean, love is in the air again.
That's what they say.
Love is in the air for the next 11 to 12 hours, Eric.
We are not done checkpoint hopping, though, so to speak. We got 2 more checkpoint check-ins we are going to provide here shortly. We're going to head over around 9 a.m. or so. We're going to wrap up here, head back to the checkpoint world at checkpoint 25 Open Door Church, where 25 becomes 26. It's another major checkpoint. It is the last major checkpoint of the race. And then we're going to hit up checkpoint 28 over at Adena Mansion. I'll go ahead and make it known, there probably won't be a lot going on at these locations just because they're the final checkpoints. We got to stay ahead of the game at this point because we don't want to miss any of the action back here at the finish line.
And the way these guys are moving, I mean, they could they're going to lap us too if we get in their way.
I'll tell you what, a couple bad red lights in town there after leaving Adena Mansion, and who knows what could happen in the wrong situation. But we're going to be back here ahead of time, so we make sure we don't miss anything from the start-finish line. We're going to be bringing the rest of the coverage from the day after checkpoint 25. I got to see some
people puke anyways. I got to make sure I'm right here to see people throw up at the end of this.
See, I don't know, Bob. I don't know that you're going to get it, particularly here. I don't know.
I was going to say, these guys seem like they're very well trained and they know what they're doing. I would be heaving after the first mile.
There has notably, and I don't have a ton of details on this one, there has been notably a vehicle catch on fire.
Yeah.
50. A running van actually caught fire. And by the sounds of it, it wasn't good. The belongings within the van it sounds like pretty toast.
Yeah,
by the sounds of it. So if we hear anything more, maybe we can update people on that. But not a good situation there. But everything else that we've heard, Bub, in conjunction with the race has seemed to go pretty well.
Yeah.
And, like I said, like Dave was saying earlier, another smooth year for the Buck 50 was the goal. And it seems like they're going to get exactly that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, the biggest thing is keeping the runner's health, high at all times and making sure nobody goes down or anything like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I know Dave looks forward to the chaos, but I'm sure he also appreciates just having a nice smooth Buck 50 going his way for back-to-back years, especially with the increase of teams that came in this year as opposed to last year as well. So Dave's doing the right things. I'm sure he's going to have a smile on his face after this entire event.
Hoping so. And we're hoping to get Dave back here with us to chit chat with us a little bit more about, the back end of the race. He spent the better part of an hour with us earlier on in part one. And
great conversation.
Phenomenal conversation. We hope to steal him again before the day ends here. And that'll probably, if I had to guess, that'll probably come in part 4 after the noon stream ends here in part 3. Which will, start at 5 a.m. It's going to run us through 12 p.m. here, and we'll start part 4 then. So I anticipate Dave will join us. I anticipate we'll have more interaction from the runners, which has been awesome so far, and the participants of the event. And, we'll just come together and have a full celebration of sorts here in just a little while, Bub.
Exactly. And we talked to him so early on in the event. I know it was around 7 or 8 o'clock when we talked or discussed a conversation with him, but it's been a long time since we talked to him. He's probably got a lot of updates, a lot of information that he'd like to share.
Yeah, 12 hours of race time in this world's a lot.
It's crazy to think about. We were just talking to him 12 hours ago. This day's been flying by. We've been having a blast here at the Buck 50.
Yeah.
Can't wait to go out and enjoy, a couple more checkpoints, get ahead of the last few or the runners coming into that last few checkpoints as well. Get back here and just see all the excitement that's soon to come.
I agree with you, Bub. And while we're at it here, we've talked a great deal, I should say, about the Buck 10.
Yeah.
And we have shown that video a few times, and we didn't really show it much throughout the night. So I figure right now, as we approach the 9 a.m. hour, this would be a pretty decent time to show that video one more time. And we'll give you our final thoughts, and we're going to get our way back on the road. But we'll go ahead and show that video one more time from the 2024 Buck 10 at CCI. Go ahead and take a look at this footage.
On your mark, it's go!
Go! Go, baby! Buck 10 run. This is a huge, huge deal. All the incarcerated groups that put this together, especially the Helping Hands, I want to say thank you to you guys for doing this. This is a big deal for our community. If you're not familiar with the Buck 50 raises money for the MAID program, which is the local chapter of the Drug-Free Clubs of America. So the money that is raised for this charity gets funneled right into the local schools to help these kids stay sober and to avoid some of the paths that we've seen in here. We know where that leads, right? So this is your opportunity to reach out and help these kids before they make some of the mistakes that some of us have made. It is a big, big deal. So I want to welcome Chris Scott, Dave Huggins, William Pressler from the Buck 50. These guys are here to help us go off well. Our reps of the Helping Hands group have got a presentation that they would like to give these guys. This is all the work that you have done and they have done. This is a huge, huge deal. So, Duke, come up here and tell me what you got. Or whichever one.
Duke wants to.
Duke wants to.
Through the fundraisers, we've managed to raise $10,000 to donate to the Buck 50. And I'm happy there's a lot of people out here because when you buy food from our fundraiser sales, this is the kind of stuff that goes to. You're helping keep kids off drugs, helping keep kids out of this place. I know this isn't a great place to be. We don't want more people coming here. So thank you very much.
All right, boss, what's your name, brother?
Jamie Burkett.
Jamie Burkett. Nice to meet you, Jamie. Jamie is the first place winner of this year's Buck 10. It's going back to the population. The staff doesn't get it this year. Congratulations on your win, man.
Hey, thank you, bud.
Absolutely. Is this something you got to train for?
Yeah, I've been running about 40, 45 miles a week.
My gosh, all right. So a 6 mile day, nothing for you then, huh?
No, this is just another run.
I love it, man. I love it. Congratulations again. All right, what's your name, boss?
Chris Horton.
Chris Horton. Nice to meet you, Chris. Second place winner. Second place here at the Buck 10 today. Did you train for this, any?
Yeah, I trained with Jamie. It turns out I'm a better coach than I am a runner. but I'll take it. I'm the winning coach, second place runner. So.
Hey, first place winning coach for the day.
First place winning coach.
I love it. How much were you running a day for this type of thing?
It depends on each day. I'm actually in the middle of marathon training, so I'm averaging about 12 miles a day or so.
Man, just woke up and shook off quick 6 miles, bub. I love it. I'm here with the third place winner now. What's your name, brother?
Elijah Baker.
Eli? Nice to meet you, Eli. Congratulations on a pretty successful day of running, man. Did you train for this much?
Oh, yeah, pretty much.
You like to run?
Yeah, it's enjoyable.
Okay. What goes into this type of event for you, man? Running-wise, training-wise, that type of thing, but also the mental side of it.
Oh, man, where to start? Every day, getting up in the morning, fighting through the mental struggle of it, like getting out here, no matter what the weather is, got to come out here.
Does it kind of give you something to look forward to, train for, kind of put your mind to work, focusing towards something positive like this?
Gives you plenty of anxiety for a month straight coming out here.
It's kind of one of those things that once you say you're going to do it, you have to do it, and it paid off for you today, man. Third place, man. Eric here from 740 Sports Show. I am here with a gentleman here named J. John, correct?
Danny J. John.
Danny J. John. And Danny, how long have you been in here, brother?
6.5 years.
6.5 years. And if you don't mind me asking, what are you doing today as a part of all of this event?
Actually trying to bring awareness and trying to give back to the community. Yeah. We've all took from them, so it's time to, I guess, give back, try to make it better so we don't see the youth following us.
How have you participated in this event today? I've seen you a little bit of everywhere, setting up, tearing down type of stuff.
Everything. Yeah. Everything from start to finish. I'm one of the top members in the group, and I try to do a little bit of everything for just about every event, for real.
So this station within the system that does these types of things specifically.
And we do the blessing boxes on the street. We're the ones that build all the. We do the take in the food during the food drives for them, and then all the money that we receive from fundraisers in here, we donate to the community.
Robert, what do you got going on as a part of the Buck 10 today, man?
I'm actually one of 4 founders that started the Helping Hands group that's sponsoring this.
So you're one of the 4 founders of this whole organization, this whole group that does this, man. That's killer. How did you find this organization? What made that come about?
Well, I did the therapeutic community program, and we wanted to continue to try to better ourselves. So we created a group for guys to stay, to continue the growth and recovery and all that aspect. So
recovery, rehabilitation, just making the right moves, man. I love it. Well, you guys are definitely making a presence felt here today. What's your name, boss?
Higgins.
All right, nice to meet you. Thank you for taking the time, man. How are you helping out with the Buck 10 today?
About, just helping anybody that need help.
Yeah. I've seen you setting up things, tearing down things, moving stuff. I've seen you doing a little bit of everything this morning, man. It's been cool. What does this type of event or these types of events mean to the population inside, man?
I mean that we, it's hope for us, that we get a second chance in life.
Absolutely. I got Chris here with me. Chris, you mind if I ask, how long have you been in here, brother?
Been in prison for 33 years.
33 years, really long time, man. So you've got some real insight. What does something like this, man, mean to the guys in here? What does this do for the population here?
It means a lot. It gives us an opportunity to be able to break this pattern. You got the pattern of every day. You wake up, you do the same things every day. And to be able to interact with y'all is just very important. It plants seeds. It really helps the population.
So you're a member of Helping Hands as well?
Yes.
Okay, so what's your biggest role in Helping Hands? What do you do a lot of, that type of thing?
Really what I'm doing right now, just having the opportunity to be able to speak, be able to represent, be able to show how I was this way. I was a drug addict at one time, but now all of a sudden I'm being a role model.
And thank you. You are doing exactly that. I appreciate your time here. So what does this type of event do for the population and the guys in here, man? What's it do for this community?
I'm a little nervous, but
oh, you're good, man. It's definitely a positive atmosphere. It's definitely a positive environment. And I'm going to say something that might sound a little bit crazy to you, but I feel like this is literally an event you could put on the streets and everyone's just cool with it. You know what I mean? So you guys are doing great things, man. I want you to know, outside looking in, brother, you said second chance. You guys are doing the most with your second chances. I would like
guys in here, that's going home to a bad community, and just help them out.
What does this event do to change culture and to help bring some sort of positivity to the population?
You know, when you're in recovery, you know, you're not really used to giving back. You're used to just taking all the time. So once you learn how to give back and you learn that you're valuable and people's valuable in society, and you see the change that you know you help, and it's just a feeling you can't describe. So
this has definitely been an event that I can't describe, man. It's been nothing. This is my first time at a prison, so like, honestly, this has been remarkably. You guys are incredible, man. Just the effort you guys are putting in to raise money for a drug-free cause, a drug-free race, and you got some big goals by the sounds of it too.
Yeah, we do a lot more than this. This is just a small portion of what we do. So, you know, we do tremendous amount of stuff for society.
Let me ask you a question outside of the race itself. What does this race mean to the population, the guys in here? This is a big turnout, man.
Yeah, I think it means a lot. I mean, for us, it's kind of like just a way to channel your energy and, you know, do something, give back to the community. And at the same time, for me, I'm a cancer survivor, so. Oh, wow. Yeah, so like this means a lot just to have a second chance at health. So
yeah, so you're getting a second chance at health, man. And this is for obviously for drug awareness, drug prevention, that type of thing. So folks looking for second chances at surviving the drug fight as well. So what goes into this type of race? I mean, what does this race mean for you guys that maybe don't have something to work for all the time back here?
I mean, it gives you something to focus on and something to take your mind off of where you're at. It gives you something to look forward to. The $150 is a good cause because really, I mean, if somebody would have brought running into my life when I was 13, 14, I might not be here right now. Yeah. So, like, it's something that's really good, you know. Hopefully we can bring this out and help some at-risk kids.
Yeah, I love it. That's obviously the goal here. So what does this event do for the population here? I mean, obviously a lively environment, a lot of smiles here, probably a place you don't see a ton of smiles all the time. What's this do for the population?
Camaraderie, you know, amongst us here. Has a community, I mean, with the runners. Also a tight little group here. Yeah, it just brings a lot of people together. Yeah, and a lot of us plan on getting out and actually, you know, doing the $150, $150 when we get out.
What a goal, man! What a goal! I told Dave to be able to bring this type of positivity into this environment is incredible. So Dave Huggins, the $150, they do an incredible job. So I love everything about what they're doing and bringing it here to this environment. What has this event done to help change culture or spread any positivity? Does this event do anything like that for you guys in here?
Yeah, and it brings the awareness and it helps donate the money to the community to keep the positivity going.
Yeah, you guys have some big goals, buying Zanzi's pizzas and kind of sponsoring the $150, man. You're looking to take down Adina as that head sponsor, I hear. Is that a goal you guys got?
Yeah.
Okay.
Next year we do have them.
I love it, man. Trying to take down the big wigs, bub. The Adina health system here, it's crazy, man. So the $150 is a drug-free based run, if you would. How have drugs impacted your life? Have they played any role, or have they impacted your life in any way?
Yeah, the drug addiction is what got me in here. It's took me away from my family. I've lost a lot of friends. Every time I call home, they're telling me someone else overdosed. Like, it's a big deal in a community from around here, so it's kind of important to get the awareness out.
That's the whole reason I'm here. It's the sole reason, and honestly, running is what keeps me off of it. You know, yeah, it works. You know, you can't have both. You're not going to have both drugs and exercising, like so.
A true second chance, man. A second chance through running, through health, that type of thing. How long have you been kind of using running to substitute the habit, so to speak?
Well, since I've been down, I've been down for a year and a half here. So yeah, that's yeah.
Well, we're rooting for you, brother. Have drugs played a negative impact or role in your life in any capacity?
I've been in prison for the past 23 years, so I'm going to say yeah.
Okay. Well, as much as I hate to hear that, you're right. Yeah. Narrative's changing. Second chances exist. They're real things, man. Have you seen it playing, impacting anyone else's lives? You met anyone in here that maybe it impacted, things like that?
Yeah, a couple guys in here. You know, I try to help them out, you know, because I'm in a peer support, you know, coaching, and I try to guide them guys, you know, not, you know.
So you're kind of on the other side of it. You're kind of pulling guys through and things like that, man.
Yes.
I respect that. That's crazy work, brother. Good job. This is for, obviously, for drug awareness, drug prevention, that type of thing. So folks looking for second chances at surviving the drug fight as well. Is that something you've struggled with in the past or seeing other people struggle with by chance?
Yes, it is. Actually, my family, myself, so for me, it means a lot. I mean, just to see you guys trying to do something productive to keep the youth out of trouble and just not landing in here.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. That's ultimately the goal. But, man, I got to say, you're the ones doing all the work. I promise you, trying to change the narrative and just it's been an awesome atmosphere. It's been lively today, and just seeing guys around getting along, just it's positive environment in a place that maybe isn't so positive all the time. So I guess you're the one doing all the work, all the heavy lifting, as you can see. Drugs have impacted your life, and unfortunately in a negative way. There's another side to that. We're on the other side of that today. What does this event mean for the drug-free community? Does it do anything you think to spark interest in the drug-free community and maybe inspire guys that are fighting that battle in here?
It definitely plants seeds. Just being able to have people coming here to show that they care. People might not be commenting on it, but it's definitely planting seeds to the point to where it might inspire some people to make that change. Or especially the person that see that it's an outlet to where you got an opportunity to maybe be able to change. But because I think about when I didn't even know I can get help when I was a drug addict. You may have somebody out here like that.
So maybe it's just something as simple as just getting information, information before help. Let me ask you this, man, because you've been in here long enough to see some changes. I'm sure this isn't the same place that you walked into. Do you think that the population could benefit from a drug-free, maybe incentive-based program like Drug-Free Clubs of America?
Absolutely.
You think so?
You need that type of environment provided because you take them up out of these circumstances right here to where they're always got that influence. And something like that will really help.
Do you think that if there were a drug-free program, maybe something incentive-based like Drug-Free Clubs of America in the prison system, you think that's something that could be beneficial to the population?
Oh, for sure, definitely. We definitely need some support, some drug-free support and stuff like that. Like AA is good, but it's not necessarily for everybody, so we need different avenues for recovery.
All right. Well, as far as the support goes, you're the one providing a lot of that, so we appreciate you, brother. Thanks so much, man. Yep. Congrats again.
Yep.
Let me ask you a question, Danny. As somebody that has obviously been impacted by drugs and things like that, do you think that the population could benefit from a drug-free, incentive-based program like Drug-Free Clubs of America, something like that, if it were to be instilled in the system here?
Absolutely.
You think so?
Yeah, I think it could.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, most certainly.
All right. How do you think that a drug-free, incentive-based program could benefit prisoners if it were to be something that make its way behind the walls here?
Very beneficial. Most people, like I said, when you're in your recovery and your addiction, you're not, you don't feel like you amount to anything. So when you get sober and you get clean and you see all the positive impacts that you can have, it's a game changer. You're unstoppable at that point. So.
This event, seeing this event firsthand, Dave let us know what was going on. Seeing this event firsthand has definitely been a game changer for us. So I gotta say, man, thanks for the efforts you're still putting in and doing everything you're doing, brother. Appreciate it, man. It's ground up, man. Nowhere but shooting for the stars, brother. I mean, this is crazy.
Yeah, it's getting bigger. This is bigger than last year. So hopefully next year it's even twice as big. So
man, big goals and more things to come, brother. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for taking your time. All right, and you get a complete idea about the race that is the Buck 10 and our experience with the Buck 10. It was a remarkable experience, Bub. We've talked about it, but there's really no putting words to it at this point.
Unless you go into those walls, you really can't understand the true experience that we got to endure that day. A lot of people in there made some bad decisions. We're all human. We all make mistakes. Unfortunately, their mistakes landed them in a position where they're in a bad place in a prison system. But to have that mindset inside a place like that is remarkable, and for them to keep pushing forward even with the negative circumstances that they're in, it's definitely an encouragement to not only everybody in there but the people outside of the walls.
It is, man, and it's exactly that, an inspiration, man. To countless people. We talk about we talk about it ourselves, but you heard what Dave had to say about it as well a little while ago. And like we said, there's just nobody doing that type of work for that population. So you heard Robert as well talking about hopefully next year it's twice as big. By the sounds of it, they've got some pretty big plans with the 2025 Buck 10.
Huge expectations.
Big time expectations. We're not at liberty to share exactly what those details are, but it is our understanding that those are some pretty remarkable things that they look to accomplish with this year's race. So big shout out to those guys and their efforts, man, because that doesn't go unnoticed. What they do with Zanzi's to raise that type of money for, our youth locally in Southern Ohio. It's it's quite frankly, it's worked. It's second to none.
Yeah. And we've talked about how difficult it is for Dave to get, all these connections in line for the Buck 50, but for the inmates in the Buck 10, getting everything in order as well. I mean, it takes a lot of effort, and for the inmates to get that organized and perform something like that and pull it off, it's very impressive.
Very impressive indeed. And Bub, we're up here because of the efforts of the very impressive Buck 50, who is putting on their 9th race this year from the top of the hill here at Ohio University Chillicothe here. And we have been fortunate enough to be sitting here at the start-finish line and travel all throughout Ross County throughout the night to, kind of close the gaps and touch base on, what really goes on in between the lines of this race, so to speak.
Yep.
And it's been very, very interesting, very unique. Each checkpoint certainly has their own thing going for it, which I find very interesting as well. Next year, we'll try to not only, check in with those checkpoints, but, also have the opportunity to check in with some of the other checkpoints along the race and get into some of these other communities, because quite frankly, that was one of the more exhilarating portions of the entire process. So very, very thankful that we had the opportunity to experience the night portion of this as well. And I'm glad Dave nudged us to get away from the desk and get out there and do that.
Yeah, and get the total experience, right?
Yeah.
I think these checkpoints are some of the more interesting things about the Buck 50, because it showcases the entirety of Ross County and kind of all the intricacies that it offers, and the diversity as well.
Wow, look at Bub.
That was a big word.
Sometimes
I couldn't spell it.
Sometimes you talk like someone has slipped you a piece of paper with 3 words on it and said, "I dare you to throw these into the next thing you say."
Yeah,
and I love it. And I just love it.
It's like a fortune cookie. I cracked open a fortune cookie
it gives you,
every time I talk.
It gives you like a 3-word word bank, and it says, "All right, Bub, you cook now."
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Give me 3 words and I'll make a bar off of it.
I love it. All right. Well, hey, speaking of checkpoints, we got 2 more we got to touch on. One in the 9 o'clock hour, which means we got to get a move on. And another one right at that 10 o'clock hour at checkpoint 28 Acadena Mansion. So we got to get a move on away from the start-finish line, but don't you worry. We have been here with the birds. We will be here with the runners.
They're chirping.
And they are chirping. It's kind of awesome. And we will be here with the runners when they return all throughout the day. And we're going to be here right by the finish line to bring you as much of the footage as we can. So keep it right here throughout the day. We'll be here until at least 6 p.m. We're going to try to wrap it up around then. But hey, Bub, as Kobe Bryant says, if the job is not finished, we got to do what we got to do.
We're done when all the runners are done.
We're done when you're done. So we're at your mercy. Hey, we got more of the 7-4 Sports Show to come. Happy day 2 of the Buck 50 to you. We got more coming to you here in just a little bit. Check that audio again because it's literally just having to fucking plug it and unplug it in because my phone's just beat through. This port is terrible. What's going on, everyone? We are finally at the last checkpoint of the Buck 50, at least from our behalf. We are at checkpoint 28 at the top of the hill here at Adena Mansion and Gardens. And Bub, gotta say, to wrap up the race, a pretty nice overlook of Chillicothe, all of Ross County, and well, as you can see behind us, pretty nice landscape here as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can just turn around 360 degrees and see beauty everywhere.
It's nice. It's nice. I gotta say, running through the woods and then back into town, this is a nice way to kind of tie this race in, heading to legs 29 and 30, and wrap this whole thing up. And that's where we're going to be here shortly. We were told by a race official when we got here that runners are about 1 hour out from reaching this point or starting to reach this point, and that tells us that, well, we're less than about 3 hours away from these boys and girls crossing the finish line once and for all.
Yeah, and I mean, I can't wait to see how they react once they do cross that finish line. I know Kendall's participated in this a few times. She's gotten to experience that. But have you seen anybody puke, Kendall? I'm really hoping for at least one person to puke.
I would like to see a puker, just really make it drive it home, know. But at the same time, we may not see a puker, and that's all right too. But nonetheless, hey, the race is wrapping up. Everyone that we know of has had a pretty good time with this whole thing so far. And, well, I'm sure that that good time will culminate at the start-finish line here in just a few hours, Bub.
Yeah, I mean, I expect it to be rowdy as crap whenever we get back there. Yeah.
It will be for sure. So we're going to start making our way back that way to the finish line. We have just under 8 hours remaining.
It's crazy to think.
In the broadcast, I know we've come 22 hours. We started setting up a little over 24 hours ago, and here we are. 8 hours remaining, and just a normal person's work day to go. That's all.
Yeah, it's been a grind. That's what it is. We put in a full week's work in 24 hours, the last 30 hours. So definitely been a lot of work, but a good reason for it all.
Good reason for it all, and we're going to be back at the finish line to talk more about it at the top of the hill at OUC around. Let me take a quick look at the watch here. I would say close to 11. We'll get back live at the top of the hill, and we'll be there for the runners to start pouring in. So we'll see you then.
Can't wait. It's crazy how much planning has to go into an event like this. I mean, just thinking about getting the medals done, getting just the ribbons to put up, like getting the metal gates, the banners, the donuts. And that's just everything right in eyesight.
What you think?
Good stuff. What are we gonna go in and hit up with?
Talk about the wrap up kind of all of our checkpoints. We'll rediscuss our What's going on, everyone? Welcome back to the 2025 Buck 50. I'm Eric. Alongside me is my lifelong brother, Bub. And Bub, we are back at the finish line for where everything is going to conclude today at the Buck 50.
I feel like I'm looking like a conehead right now. Like, you seen the movie Conehead?
It has actually been an all event occurrence.
It has the little ball in my toboggan has just not wanted to cooperate with
It's
the
okay.
hoods.
It's okay. It happens.
But the ears are cold. I got to keep the ears warm.
Yeah?
Yeah, the ears and the hands. The hands are the worst thing right now.
Are you going to complain all afternoon that the weather's bad again like you did yesterday?
I mean, it's still windy. It's sunny out, but
It's
still
not
windy.
that bad. Anyway,
You got a blanket on.
I like the weighted blanket. You know what I mean?
You're taking full advantage of that.
I mean, I wear this. I also have this blanket on at home where it's 72 degrees in the comfort of my own home. So that's kind of a terrible argument right now.
No, it's not. You just got a blanket on.
No, nonetheless, we are at the top of the hill patiently, but also anxiously awaiting the arrival of the runners from the Buck 50. We are told that there are a few approaching the Adena Mansion, which is leg 28, and Bub, they're going to be pouring in here soon. And Bub, speaking of Adena Mansion, that was also where we were just at, and had the opportunity to take a look at that checkpoint, take a little check-in.
Big incline.
A lot of incline.
Yeah.
Provides a beautiful overlook of the original inspiration for the Great Seal of Ohio logo.
Yeah.
That came from that overlook. So pretty cool, pretty cool place for this this Buck 50, this race to take a turn at, and kind of tie in the history of Chillicothe as well.
Yeah, very scenic view as well. I mean, for them having to run through the woods, and all the terrain, they get a nice little scenic view up a hill, though. They got to deal with a massive hill.
Very scenic. And if you've never seen Adena Mansion, go ahead and take a look. This is checkpoint 28. You can see the mansion there, and just a beautiful estate at the top of the hill, and even provides a little bit of an overlook of Chillicothe. And of course, Kendall had to squeeze in her opportunity to picture it.
Yeah, and there is now proof that the sun is out today. That is living, breathing
I wish
proof.
we would have gone out yesterday because I could have provided
there
more
was no proof
proof.
of that whatsoever.
Could have provided more hard evidence, but nonetheless, and even Bub was enjoying the weather himself at the Adena Mansion.
It was a struggle getting up on that branch. You didn't even show the good pictures. You showed me looking like a helpless sloth climbing a branch. Like I'm looking for my mom to give me food or something.
I think you're doing great.
It's unbelievable.
I think you're doing a great job.
I mean, I conquered it.
You did. You did. I think I meant to put the other one in, and I don't know, I must not have made it or something.
Yeah, just brain fog.
Yeah, I think I just simply forgot. But those were just a couple of pictures from that check-in. But Bub, let's go ahead and throw a few photos in from a couple of other check-ins as well. Here is a quick photo that we snagged at Bub's favorite coffee joint.
Yes.
The building right behind us in this photo.
That little warehouse has all the coffee you need.
And you can see the light back in Bubba's eyes when he understood that there was coffee. And right after this photo was taken, Bub got his coffee.
I mean, we're talking hour 12 here or so.
Yeah,
12-hour mark.
Yeah, I mean, you're all over it there, Bub. When did I have us at checkpoint 10?
I want to say we got to Kingston around the 12.
We got the checkpoint 10 was 11 o'clock.
Okay, so I mean we're only talking the 10-hour mark.
So about the 10-hour mark, but we count setup and all definitely 12 hours at that point. So Bub got his coffee, felt better about it. That was pre-check mark hunting, Bub.
Yeah, that was us
we were
ready
geared
to
up.
brace for the storm that was just running around Ross County.
That was 9:43, and we were ready to go, and it was tough. It was tough, but we actually eventually made it out to checkpoint 21, and that's where the game changed for Bub. And I've actually got the most beautiful array of photos to show you because when Bub realized there was biscuits and gravy,
I was so happy. It smelled so good just standing beside it.
Bub was all in on the biscuits and gravy.
In a candy shop.
At checkpoint 21, and Bub's just been enjoying his biscuits and gravy and laying in the occasional tree out on checkpoint 28 all afternoon.
Those were some damn good biscuits and gravy too.
I gotta say,
it was so hard for me not to eat your entire bowl whenever I had to hold it.
It looked like you enjoyed yourself immensely with that biscuits and gravy combo.
Yes.
And And yeah, I even had you hold mine while we did the interview portion of things out there, the checkpoint checking, I should say, out there.
You're
And,
lucky we made the 24-hour rule a thing as kids.
I tell you what, that has saved me a time or two, but it has hurt me a time or two as well.
Oh yeah,
and that's one of those areas you just got to kind of deal with, deal with that as it comes. I do want to respond to a comment from Tobin Simpkins, who is asking, where is this location at? I don't recognize it. Assuming that Tobin was referring to the still shot location that we were at currently, OUC, Ohio University, Chillicothe, at the top of the hill here. We are right under the walkway that is attached to the Shoemaker Center. And
right at the start
finish line. We are in the thick of it, as they like to say. So Tobin, they got us in a good spot here, man. It's a pretty awesome place up here at the top of the hill here, where the Buck 50's just been doing its thing all weekend here. So
yeah, we're going to be here for a while too, so keep tuning in.
We're going to be here for a while. We're going to wrap up part 3 here right at 12 o'clock, and we're going to switch it right over to part 4. So stay right here. Don't miss anything. You will want to check out the new feed link, but we've got way more coverage to come. We are definitely here until 6 p.m., which, Bob, is only 7 hours away now.
Yeah,
it's
insane how fast the time has flown.
The clock is just ticking down in this situation.
Yeah,
and it's kind of, it's kind of weird, because we plan for this, you prep for this type of event, and then all of a sudden it's coming, it's going, and
yep. And all of a sudden, you got another year to think about how you're going to pull it off all over again and make it even better.
Yeah, and that'll certainly be the case for sure on our end. Make no mistake.
I mean, if Dave's going to do it with the Buck 50, we got to show up on our end as well.
That's fair. Bob, of all of the checkpoints, I got to ask you, and I feel like I know your answer, but which one was your favorite checkpoint?
I mean, 21. The biscuits and gravy was amazing. You could also just get Krispy Kreme donuts if you wanted to.
That's true.
They had this the string cheese you were a big fan of. You grabbed yourself a little slice of string cheese.
Love it.
The Sunny D. I know Kendall was a big fan of scarfing down a Sunny D. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure she chugged that bottle in one gulp.
She did.
So I mean, I think they had a lot to offer, but also, I mean, let's not discredit, Chillicothe for their
coffee. Yeah.
I thought they very
I'll
good
check
coffee.
25.
Any place that has coffee in, Kingston, really enjoy. But I got to go with the biscuits and gravy. Dave wanted us to stop in and try it. I tried it, and I'm a big fan of it.
Bub's a believer.
I wish, I had more brothers so I could have gotten more bowls. But unfortunately, well, if I had more brothers that were with me, I could have gotten them to get biscuits and gravy too, and then they could have given it to me. But you didn't even give me yours.
Yeah, because I was hungry.
Yeah, I was too. I'm the younger brother. You're supposed to take care of me.
Dude, you beat me to the dinner table for like 12 straight years.
Yeah, and I beat you to that biscuits and gravy line, too. Don't let it stop me now. Consistency, Eric. Keep it consistent.
Bub had his gone before I had mine in hand, I think.
Yeah, you were so upset that I couldn't take a picture with you in the biscuits and gravy.
I didn't care about that.
I know, but I know in my head, I was like, he definitely wanted to take a picture with me of the biscuits and gravy, but I just scarfed those down.
I'll be honest with you. The one we got together on that tree branch was way better.
Yeah, that one. Like I said, it's not my most embarrassing photo in my life, so.
It's certainly not. It's certainly not. Make no mistake about it. Well, Bob, I was a fan of the biscuits and gravy. I've been a fan of all of these different checkpoint areas and, just really what this race has entailed, which is high energy, good people to be around, and a whole lot of support, from the runners, from the officials, just everybody, man. I mean, it seems like we've talked about, everyone's on the same page here, and it's one of the things that makes this event so great. And we're just thrilled to have had the opportunity to be a part of it. Absolutely. And we're even more excited for what the action is going to bring here this afternoon at the start finish line, where this whole thing plans to wrap up here in just a little while. Here in just a few, we're going to take a quick break here shortly, but when we get back from our quick 5-minute break or so, we're going to talk about some of the teams that are coming in. Well, what teams we're looking at to finish first. It's a kind of a neck and neck race at first place right now. And we're going to even talk about some of the teams that are bringing up the back end of the race as well, and kind of try to get a time frame for when some of these teams might be showing up. Again, here shortly, we're going to have 117, 118 teams pulling in and doing their thing. I mean,
And then it's going to be a party.
And then it's going to be a party. I mean, this race is seeing 1,300 participants wrap up a year's worth of training, preparation, and it's certainly going to be a celebration here at the top of the hill. You're not going to want to miss that. So keep it right here. We've got way more Buck 50 to come, but before we get too far into this, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, but we'll return shortly. Welcome back to the 2025. Welcome back to the 2025 Buck 50. I'm Eric. Alongside me is my lifelong brother, Bub. And Bub, we are at the start-finish line of the 2025 Buck 50 at the top of the hill here at OUC, where the Hilltoppers reside. Bub, makes sense. Big hill.
It does. I mean, it's a play on words.
You know, makes a whole lot of sense. That's why they got people like those people that make those types of decisions in those places. But anyway, neither here nor there. We're back here at the site of Southern Ohio's premier relay race, the 150-mile long Buck 50. And Bub, in our last segment, we had a chance to talk about the sites we've had the chance to get to, and what we've had the opportunity to see. And it's been a really cool event, man. As the night went on, it was tough, man. Those dark hours do something else to you, man. It is tricky.
Yeah, I agree with you. And one thing we were talking about is, going to all the checkpoints and everything, but the journey to get to those checkpoints is the same, journey that those runners are going to have to take to get to them.
Yeah.
So we get to experience, a little bit of what the runners are going to see on the course. And, the mansion, for instance, a very steep hill, very steady incline. I mean, we would have never gotten to understand that leg until, we saw it in person.
A historical landmark of Chillicothe and as well of Ross County, I should say. And, again, Dave sets this thing up right. He makes sure that you get to see and be a part of some pretty cool things.
And a lot of meaning. Behind the entire route.
A whole lot of meaning. Yeah, absolutely. How about on our way out to leg 20 or checkpoint 20 and 21 when we were driving on old US 35 with the sun coming up in the fog.
Yeah.
And, we passed those occasional runners and, man, it was just an unreal time.
Yeah. And Kendall, she was giving us an explanation of running that route, saying that it's really tough in the day because all you see is the road ahead of you. You think it's never going to end.
Yeah.
She recommended almost running it at nighttime.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of your advantage if you get to run that leg in the night and kind of distract yourself from just how long that stretch of road on old US.
I mean, it's a very
really
flat.
is.
It's a very flat road for the most part, but. I mean, it would seem simple, but having, just no light at the end of the tunnel kind of concept in your head running that, especially as your final leg as well.
Yeah, it definitely makes it tricky.
Yeah.
Definitely makes it tough. But, these runners, they're warriors. They're, a lot of them are, they're pros.
They prepare for this.
They do exactly. They do everything they can to make sure that they don't find themselves on the wrong end of the preparation stick, so to speak. And, I mean, they've been ready. They've been geared up. If nothing else, they got me fooled because these people, I mean, they all seem locked in.
Yeah, I think the entire event just encompasses preparation, right?
Yeah.
Like you see how prepared Dave is. You see how prepared the runners get.
Yeah.
I mean, this is one of the most prepared for events that I think we've been a part of collectively. So.
Yeah. In this venue, this site right now is just sitting here waiting to collect people.
Yep.
And it's going to do that here shortly.
Very open and inviting too.
Yeah, I anticipate there will probably be a couple thousand anyway to a few thousand people up here at any given point throughout the day. As Dave mentioned yesterday, Classic Brands will be up here for the celebration. So there will be some adult beverages being served and things of the sort. But it will be exactly that, a celebration of another 9th year, Bub, of the Buck 50 of and what seems to be, after speaking with Dave, a very successful Buck 50, given over 1,300 participants that represent 25 states in the country.
I mean, all across the country.
All across the country, and 25 states represented here, 1,300 participants, and right around 121 registered teams, which blew 108 out of the water last year.
Yep.
Dave shared with us that the goal for next year in his mind is 150. And, for the 10th annual Buck 50, the decade celebration of the event, who knows, man?
I mean, what better number than 150 for the Buck 50 on the 10-year anniversary?
Yeah.
I mean, you want to talk about meeting? There's meeting everywhere in this event.
There is. And we even talked about the old start line right behind us here, Bub. And my perspective on that old start line is that start line right there that still sits there is the beginning. It's the start line for a huge fight in our area, which is the fight to keep our youth drug-free and out away from this drug epidemic that has swept through southeastern Ohio. And we've all dealt with it. Our families in one way or another have dealt with the repercussions of what drugs have done in our communities. And I can't think of a better way to word it. So I'm just going to continue beating the dead horse when I say it. But there's no work being done like what Dave is doing with the Buck 50.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't think there is a better way to word it.
I mean, that's just simply the fact of the matter. Is some of the work that he is doing, though, that is equally as good is some of the work that he is putting in with the Helping Hands organization. And there are a few guys in this group that really stood out to me. Robert and Chris, two of the lead guys in the group, really stood out to me.
Yeah.
I think their perspective, mainly in their leadership, really caught me by surprise when I had the opportunity to interview them back in September. So I'm going to go ahead and play those two clips, and we'll kind of talk about those two clips here, Bub. But the Buck 50 is great work, but what's going on at CCI with the Buck 10 is just as great, man. So I want to go ahead and play these two clips. First one here from Robert, one of the 4 founders of the Helping Hands organization. What's your name, brother? Robert. All right, and I'm here with Robert today. Robert, what do you got going on as a part of the Buck 10 today, man?
I'm actually one of 4 founders that started the Helping Hands group that's sponsoring this.
So you're one of the 4 founders of this whole organization, this whole group that does this, man. That's killer. How did you find this organization? What made that come about?
I did the therapeutic community program, and we wanted to continue to try to better ourselves. So we created a group for guys to stay, to continue their growth and recovery and all that aspect. So
recovery, rehabilitation, just making the right moves, man. I love it. Well, you guys are definitely making a presence felt here today. What does this event do to change culture and to help bring some sort of positivity to the population?
When you're in recovery, you're not really used to giving back. You're used to just taking all the time. So once you learn how to give back, and you learn that you're valuable and people's valuable in society, and you see the change that you help, and it's just a feeling you can't describe. So
this has definitely been an event that I can't describe, man. It's been nothing. This is my first time at a prison, so honestly, this has been remarkably. You guys are incredible, man. Just the effort you guys are putting in to raise money for a drug-free cause, a drug-free race, and you got some big goals by the sounds of it too.
Yeah, we do a lot more than this. This is just a small portion of what we do. So we do a tremendous amount of stuff for society.
Love it, man. Let me ask you a question, brother. So how do you think that a drug-free Nsinga-based program could benefit prisoners if it were to be something that make its way behind the walls here?
Very beneficial. Most people, like I said, when you're in your recovery and your addiction, you're not, you don't feel like you amount to anything. So when you get sober and you get clean and you see all the positive impact that you can have, it's a game changer. You're unstoppable at that point.
Seeing this event firsthand, Dave let us know what was going on. Seeing this event firsthand has definitely been a game changer for us. So I gotta say, man, thanks for the efforts you're still putting in and doing everything you're doing, brother. Appreciate it, man. Nowhere, it's ground up, man. Nowhere but shooting for the stars, brother. I mean, this is crazy.
It's getting bigger. This is bigger than last year, so hopefully next year it's even twice as big. So.
Man, big goals and more things to come, brother. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for taking your time. And Bub, that was Robert, one of the 4 original founders from the Helping Hands organization. And look at the things that he said in that interview. The guy, even that day, I found it very interesting. And since then, man, it's just really, really stuck with me. He says in recovery, when you're in recovery, you're used to taking. So when you finally have the opportunity to give, it becomes something you almost in his words, he says it a little bit differently, but and you get a sense of that as an addict, and man, that might become your new addiction. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like realistically, just in his perspective on giving back and doing right, and in what Dave said earlier, about talking with Robert about spent my 20th birthday, my 30th birthday, and now I'm going to spend my 40th birthday here, and to have that type of perspective, man, there's nothing like that, man. There's just not.
Yeah, and he was, discussing how the Buck 10 is a small scratch on what they do inside the walls for society and everything. And I think that's something that, in the future, maybe we highlight.
Yeah.
And really get a glimpse at an understanding of what else the Helping Hands organization really does other than the Buck 10.
Yeah, and they do quite a bit.
They stay busy.
They stay very, very busy. And well, like today, you take a look to your left or your right, and they've got their hands. No pun intended, but they've got their hands in something that has helped with this event in one way or another. And when you start talking about an impact outside of that world that infiltrates that world.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, man, it's unreal. There's just nothing like it. There's just nothing like it. So I found that to be a very interesting perspective from Robert. And another insightful gentleman that we had the opportunity to speak with was Chris. And we felt like Chris gave us a really good interview and
a different perspective, too.
A much different perspective. But let's go ahead and hear from Chris yet again at the Buck 10. All right, I got Chris here with me. Chris, you mind if I ask, how long have you been in here, brother?
Been in prison for 33 years.
33 years, really long time, man. So you've got some real insight. What does something like this, man, mean to the guys in here? What does this do for the population here?
It means a lot. It gives us an opportunity to be able to break this pattern. You got the pattern of every day. You wake up, you do the same things every day.
What's your name, boss?
Higgins.
All right, nice to meet you. Thank you. All right, I got Chris here with me. Chris, you mind if I ask, how long have you been in here, brother?
Been in prison for 33 years.
33 years, really long time, man. So you've got some real insight. What does something like this, man, mean to the guys in here? What does this do for the population here?
It means a lot. It gives us an opportunity to be able to break this pattern. You got the pattern of every day. You wake up, you do the same things every day. And to be able to interact with y'all is just very important. It plants seeds. It really helps the population.
So you're a member of Helping Hands as well?
Yes.
Okay, so what's your biggest role in Helping Hands? What do you do a lot of, that type of thing?
Really what I'm doing right now, just having the opportunity to be able to speak, be able to represent, be able to show how I was this way. I was a drug addict at one time, but now all of a sudden I'm being a role model.
And thank you. You are doing exactly that. I appreciate your time here. So drugs have impacted your life, and unfortunately, in a negative way. There's another side to that. We're on the other side of that today. What does this event mean for the drug-free community? Does it do anything you think to spark interest in the drug-free community and maybe inspire guys that are fighting that battle in here?
It definitely plants seeds. Just being able to have people come in here to show that they care. People might not be commenting on it, but it's definitely planting seeds to the point to where it might inspire some people to make that change, or especially the person that see that it's an outlet to where you got an opportunity to maybe be able to change. But because I think about when I didn't even know I can get help when I was a drug addict. You may have somebody out here like that.
So maybe it's just something as simple as just getting information, information before help. Let me ask you this, man, because you've been in here long enough to see some changes. I'm sure this isn't the same place that you walked into. Do you think that the population could benefit from a drug-free, maybe incentive-based program like Drug-Free Clubs of America?
Absolutely. Think so? You need that type of environment provided because you take them up out of these circumstances right here to where they're always got that influence, and something like that will really help.
I love it, man. I love it. Chris, thank you so much for your time, brother. I appreciate you. God bless you. All right, man, and that was Chris. We had an opportunity to hear from as well. And, Bub, like we said, a lot of insight from Chris, a lot of another guy with a lot of great perspective and, just quite frankly, refreshing to speak with. Seems like definitely one of the leaders within that program there. And he had a lot of really, really good things to say. When it came to, he didn't want to be too, he didn't want to be too determined in what exactly he was saying. But I will say he planting seeds, right? Like when he says it, definitely plant seeds. The worst that can happen with a little bit of interaction is that exactly that. Maybe plant some seeds along the way. And man, I gotta say, dude, just a great interview. There's not much more I can say about it.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing with his interview that kind of hit me the hardest is the initial, question, how long you've been in here, and you could just you could tell with the look on his face when he said that 33 years.
Yeah,
you could tell it's just too damn long.
Right.
But I mean, and for him, I mean, it might be too late, for him and his future, but also he's trying to take the role model aspect,
right,
and prevent the youth with his past mistakes and trying to teach them,
right,
not to go down that alley. Another thing that I thought he mentioned, in that interview that I thought was really, really interesting is when he was talking about when he was that young, he had no idea he could get help.
Right.
I mean, not a clue. And I think for a lot of people, I mean, you don't even know where to begin if you want to ask for help.
Well, and that's just it, because let's face it, in a lot of situations, you worry about the repercussions of asking for help. I mean,
well, yeah, I mean, you get labeled,
right?
Like you're facing a label next to your name. You're facing judgment from your peers, your family.
Yeah,
there's a lot of risks in your head that you feel like you're gonna take. But at the end of the day, if you want to do something for yourself, you've got to do something for yourself.
I agree. The outcome, if you ask for help and get the help, and truly use it and apply it, man, I gotta think it can be life changing. And but more or less, man, I love that those guys are on the other side of this issue.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, they're yes, they're paying a price for things that they've done, but they've also taken this opportunity as an opportunity. You could have done anything with that time.
Yeah,
and,
I mean, you could have just sat and you could have sat in a cell.
Yeah, exactly. And to use it as an opportunity, not even just for kids, but for other grown men, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like these avenues are going to be open for adults as well. I mean,
right.
I understand it's focused on the youth.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, adults can take advantage of this fully as well.
Absolutely. And Bub, we talk about the buck 10, we talk about the buck 50, and fighting this fight. But we had an opportunity to show some of the interviews with a couple of guys who helped put on the event. But I want to get back to some of those runners here because, and we'll just go right down the list here as our 1, 2, and 3 starts to pour in here. We'll go ahead and show you some videos from the 1, 2, and 3 from the buck 10 here. But when we talked with Jamie, Chris, and Eli, the first and second and third place winners from the buck 10, it was more insight, and it was quite frankly more of the same perspective in a place where you always ask yourself, and not being in that situation, could I carry that kind of perspective? I don't know, but those guys do.
I think that for the runner aspect, and I think you'll notice it in these interviews, is that a lot of them really rally behind each other and focus on having a very positive supporting cast, maybe something that was lacking in their lives earlier on. But I think having a great supporting cast around you can do a lot of things. You'll see the runners running through the finish line, everybody cheering, everybody patting each other on the back. I mean, you're in a prison, and you see that kind of camaraderie, come togetherness, and everything, and it's definitely a positive atmosphere inside a place where you might not find as much positivity.
You're exactly right. And Bob, I want to get to some of that camaraderie here. Let's go ahead and get to some of those interviews for the first, second, and third place winners from the buck 10. We'll start with the first place winner, Jamie.
All right, boss. What's your name, brother?
Jamie Burkett.
Jamie Burkett. Nice to meet you, Jamie. Jamie is the first place winner of this year's buck 10. It's going back to the population. The staff doesn't get it this year. Congratulations on your win.
Hey, thank you, bud.
Absolutely. Is this something you got to train for?
Yeah, I've been running about 45 miles a week.
My gosh, all right. So a 6-mile day, nothing for you then, huh?
No, this is just another run.
I love it, man. I love it. Congratulations again. So you got to train for this thing a little bit. Let me ask you a question outside of the race itself. What does this race mean to the population, the guys in here? This is a big turnout, man.
Yeah, I think it means a lot. I mean, for us, it's kind of like just a way to channel your energy and do something, give back to the community. And at the same time, for me, I'm a cancer survivor, so yeah, so like this means a lot just to have a second chance at health. So
yeah, so you're getting a second chance at health, man. And this is for obviously for drug awareness, drug prevention, that type of thing. So folks looking for second chances at surviving the drug fight as well. Is that something you've struggled with in the past or seeing other people struggle with by chance?
Yes, it is. My family, myself, so for me, it means a lot. I mean, just to see you guys trying to do something productive to keep the youth out of trouble and just not landing in here. So.
That's ultimately the goal. But man, I gotta say, you're the ones doing all the work. I promise you, trying to change the narrative and just it's been an awesome atmosphere. It's been lively today, and just seeing guys around getting along, just positive environment in a place that maybe isn't so positive all the time. So I guess you're the one doing all the work, all the heavy lifting, as you can see. So I gotta ask you, you've seen the negative side of the drug epidemic and things that we've dealt with in our area. Do you think that if there were an incentive-based program like Drug-Free Clubs of America that found its way in the prison system, do you think that's something that could be beneficial to the inmate population?
I do. Yep, I do.
Thanks so much, brother. Have a good way. Yep, God bless you.
Bub, that was Jamie, the first place winner from the Buck 10 at CCI, and we're expecting runners here shortly, so I wanted to talk about these a little bit more, and we're going to get to talk a little bit more about those videos in depth, and that the first, second, and third place finishers from that race. But that said, I'm going to go ahead and get to these last two real quick. We'll talk about what we can, and then, Bub, we are expecting runners here at the start-finish line within the next 20 to 30 minutes, so we can expect to see the winner here at the Buck 50 and greet the winner here of the Buck 50 here very soon. So we're very excited about that. So definitely stick with us here. We're going to have that action as the runners come across here any moment now. We're looking at noon-ish as kind of the target goal. Bub, I want to go ahead and play this next one here from Chris, the second place winner. He had an awesome dynamic with his buddy Jamie in this race.
What's your name, boss?
Chris Horton.
Chris Horton. Nice to meet you, Chris. Second place winner. Second place here at the Buck 10 today. Did you train for this, Iggy?
Yeah, I trained with Jamie. It turns out I'm a better coach than I am a runner. But I'll take it. I'm the winning coach, second place runner. So.
Right, hey, first place winning coach for the day.
First place winning coach.
I love it. How much were you running a day for this type of thing?
It depends on each day. I'm actually in the middle of marathon training, so I'm averaging about 12 miles a day or so.
Man, just woke up, shook off quick 6 miles, Bub. I love it. So what goes into this type of race? I mean, what does this race mean for you guys that maybe don't have something to work for all the time back here?
I mean, it gives you something to focus on and something to take your mind off of where you're at. It gives you something to look forward to. The Buck 50 is a good cause because really, I mean, if somebody would have brought running into my life when I was 13, 14, I might not be here right now. Yeah. So, it's something that's really good, Hopefully we can bring this out and help some at-risk kids.
Yeah, I love it. That's obviously the goal here. Have drugs played a negative impact or role in your life in any capacity?
I've been in prison for the past 23 years, so I'm going to say yeah.
Okay. Well, as much as I hate to hear that, you're right. Narrative's changing. Second chances exist. They're real things, man. Do you think that if there were a drug-free program, maybe something incentive-based like Drug-Free Clubs of America in the prison system, you think that's something that could be beneficial to the population?
Oh, for sure. Definitely. We definitely need some support, some drug-free support and stuff like that. Like AA is good, but it's not necessarily for everybody, so we need different avenues for recovery.
Well, as far as the support goes, you're the one providing a lot of that, so we appreciate you, brother. Thanks so much, man. Yep. Congrats again. Yep.
Bub, you mentioned it. We had some killer energy from Chris there as well. Oh, you guys can't hurt anything here. I promise. You're good. But we had some killer energy from Chris at the Buck 10. And as people start to file in here at the finish line of the Buck 50, his energy was phenomenal. And we're expecting that type of energy, but on a different level here today.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing I wanted to note about that one, you noted this earlier yesterday, actually, is the plaques made for the Buck 10.
Yes.
They are really sharp looking plaques.
Yeah.
And I believe they are made by the
Helping Hands group. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very good looking plaques, which they also made the medals.
Yeah.
As well for the Buck 50.
Yes.
That will be wearing and handing out tonight.
And like I said, man, you turn your head one way here, they've got their hands in something whatever way you turn your head. And it's just awesome that type of work and cooperation is being done. Let's get to the third place interview here with Eli Shoemaker. He was the third place winner at the Buck 10. He also gave us a really, really good interview. He's got a big goal.
I was about to say.
And he's got a very, very big goal, as well as a few other inmates within the population at CCI. Go ahead and take a watch and listen at Chris's interview.
I'm here with the third place winner now. What's your name, brother?
Elijah Baker.
Eli, nice to meet you, Eli. Congratulations on a pretty successful day of running, man. Did you train for this much?
Oh yeah, pretty much.
You like to run?
Yeah, it's enjoyable.
Okay. What goes into this type of event for you, man? Running wise, training wise, that type of thing, but also the mental side of it.
Oh man, where to start? Every day, getting up in the morning, you know what I mean, fighting through the mental struggle of it, like getting out here, no matter what the weather is, like got to come out here.
Does it kind of give you something to look forward to, train for, kind of put your mind to work, focusing towards something positive like this?
Gives you plenty of anxiety for a month straight coming out here. Like,
it's kind of one of those things that once you say you're going to do it, you have to do it, and it paid off for you today, man. Third place, man. So what does this event do for the population here? I mean, obviously a lively environment, a lot of smiles here, probably a place you don't see a ton of smiles all the time. What's this do for the population?
Camaraderie, you know, amongst us here. Has a community, I mean, with the runners, also a tight little group here. It just brings a lot of people together. And a lot of us plan on getting out and actually, you know, doing the buck 50, 150 when we get out.
What a goal, man. What a goal. I told Dave to be able to bring this type of positivity into this environment is incredible. So Dave Huggins, a buck 50, they do an incredible job. So I love everything about what they're doing and bringing it here to this environment. Have drugs played any sort of impact in your life to any degree?
That's the whole reason I'm here. That's the whole reason. And honestly, running is what keeps me off of it. You know, it works. You know, you can't have both. You're not going to have both drugs and exercising. Like, so.
True second chance, man. A second chance through running, through health, that type of thing. How long have you been kind of using running to substitute the habit, so to speak?
Well, since I've been down, I've been down for a year and a half here, so yeah, that's yeah.
We're rooting for you, brother. I gotta ask you one more question. We'll let you go, man. If there were a program like Drug Free Clubs of America that maybe incentivized drug-free behavior, you think that's something that could benefit the prison system in any capacity?
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah, most certainly.
I love it, brother. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Congratulations again, man. All right.
And that was Eli Shoemaker. I apologize. It was not Chris, as I mentioned, heading into the interview. That was Eli, the third place winner from the Buck 10. You have to forgive me. I am right at 23 hours on a microphone at this point.
Yeah, you are. But, I mean, you're well over the 24-hour mark as being awake.
Yes. Yeah, I'm at, luckily for me, I'm at hour 26, working on 27.
Yeah.
So it's pretty awesome. But nonetheless, that's not going to stop us from doing what we do up here. And we are just a few moments away, any moment now, expecting runners to cross this finish line here at the Buck 50. So what we're going to do is we're going to step aside for just a 5-minute break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to make sure we're here until we see somebody cross this finish line.
Yes.
So we're going to step aside.
I'm not sitting down anymore.
And Bob's not sitting down. Bob's ready to stand. He's ready to stand. I'm ready to rock and roll. We're going to be right back. right. We are on it. We are just moments away. Just moments away from seeing the very first runner cross the line at the $150, bub.
She doesn't look like she's going to throw up. She looks like she's in great spirits, which I would be too after this event.
That's what it looks like.
I mean, she just ran, about 15 miles with a lot of elevation.
Yes, that's correct.
The first one to finish. I wonder what team that is. I can't really tell by the shirt collar.
Can't tell from here.
All right, we'll make it over to the start finish line. We got our first team coming in right now.
Everybody gathering around.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. This is exhilarating. It's a big
First
moment.
place team, bub. At this
Let's see
year's
if we can
Buck
get a
50.
name. Let's see if we can get a name of the team here. All of them coming down.
Here they come.
Number 15,
The Icy Hots, bub.
Icy Hots.
The Icy Hots are
Not a team
your
name that I chose.
first place team
That is awesome.
at the 2025
They get donuts.
Buck 50.
They get medals. They get it all. They're like Dylan Wheeler, who helped us out through all of this so far.
Shout out to Dilly Spurts. But here's your
What
winner.
a great nickname. That's awesome.
Your winning team of this year's Buck 50. Congratulations to the Icy Hots. They got it done.
Who's going to be second now?
Bub, I gotta thank the Trail Cowboys.
The Trail Cowboys were definitely up there. Wasn't
I gotta thank the
I believe-
Trail Cowboys.
the average bros were around that time frame too, weren't they?
Yeah.
So I mean, we got some teams still in the mix for that second and third position, trying to get them, on the podium.
That's true. That's true. Wow. What a time. Bub, Buck 50 is concluding as we speak.
You got how big of a time frame do you think the first group and the last group will be? So we got 11:49 here.
Okay.
Let's call it 11:48.
Okay.
I'd say the last group rolls in. I don't know. I'm not good at this. Let's call it. Man, there was a 7-hour difference between start times. That's tough.
That is tough. That is tough.
Come on,
I don't know,
Kendall.
bro.
You got to help me out here a little bit. What's like a good time for everything, like all of them to finish? Like, what's a good interval time frame? Like 2 hours apart, 3 hours apart, 2 o'clock. Okay, so you're talking about 2 hours, 2.5 hours apart. Yeah, you were always on the back end of it. You were racing for fun, which I don't understand running for fun, but we'll get to that later.
You don't understand running for fun. What's that?
I mean, I just don't understand it. It seems miserable. I've done it. I've ran, and it was never fun.
Not once.
I think of one time where I've had a smile on my face while I'm running.
That's fair. I don't mind it. It's not so bad.
We were just talking about in the parking lot earlier at checkpoint, checkpoint 21?
Mm-hmm.
Where you said you absolutely hate running.
Yeah, I mean, in certain times, but it's not so bad when I'm in the mood for it. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
you
you
know how
got to be in the mood for it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
get,
understandable.
You got to get to a point where you're grinding it out.
It's like you hate lifting sometimes, but you get in the mood for lifting, you're going to want to go to the gym.
It is very similar
Okay.
to that exact situation.
I just
bub.
hate running.
That's also fair. That's also fair. But these people here, they run for fun, bub.
They do
the
run for fun.
funners, the funners, we like to call them. The funners.
We got another
We
team
got
coming in.
Our second team, bub. Swinging it in here. And things are starting to heat up now, bub.
Now this one, Trail Cowboys, Average Bros.
Is it Average Bros?
I don't know. The Average Bros had some of the best decorated vans, though, out of all the teams that I've seen with their vans decorated. There was a lot of nice decorations going on with the vehicles.
Bubba's a fan
for
of
the
anything raunchy that occurs.
Well, I just see like window paint on cars, and it just reminds me of like our Pee Wee football era days, where if you went to the Super Bowl,
Yeah.
you would decal out all the cars on the way there.
Oh, yeah.
Celebrate. So it brought me back to those times. Really enjoyed seeing that.
Mm-hmm.
Getting everything together as the second team comes down the lane.
They're coming, bub.
Getting ready to cross that finish line where it all began. Now, see, they all have smiles on their face, but I
They're
think it's
ready.
just because it's all over. That's the only reason I would have a smile on my face. But
The Trail Cowboys. Get
Repping
it
the
done.
Yoda Sherman.
Look at that,
shirt.
bub. The Trail Cowboys, and they are running like they've got some sore legs.
Yes, they.
Some,
hey,
some
but
soft trots.
accomplished everything they set out to do today.
Agreed.
Getting the second place medal. And now there's only one spot left on the podium.
One spot remains on
Who
the
is
podium.
going to be that
By
third
the
team?
mustache. Holy, brother.
Heck yeah. We're a fan of mustaches.
Holy, brother.
And dogs. We're a fan of
Whoa,
dogs,
brother.
too. Oh, that dog is beautiful.
Oh, wait, hang on. Let's get to the dog. There we go.
Look at those eyes.
Puppy.
Puppy.
Mustache. Wow, what a time, bub.
What time to be alive? We're
That
getting to see
is-
all the runners come in. We're getting to see dogs,
I'll
great
tell you
mustaches.
what, that is not a second place mustache.
No, that is not.
That's
That is
a
not a
first
runner
place.
up.
That's a first place mustache.
Nobody ever calls that a runner up stash.
That's not a runner up stash.
I'll tell you what.
What's up?
Those donuts look amazing over there.
Those look good. Those look good.
Those look like some good donuts.
Those are Krispy Kreme, bub. It's the best of the best.
Yes.
Those are elite donuts for elite runners.
I'm not an elite runner, but I will still eat the donuts.
I understand that.
I mean, I see a team over there sitting on the hill, waiting and ready. I just don't know who that team would be, but they should be expecting a
Is there
runner,
one
it
more,
looks
bub?
like.
Let's go ahead and keep it right here for just a quick moment. Keep an eye on the tent.
That tent says all the story.
The tent is the happening place, bub.
It is.
It's intense there. You see what I did?
Yeah, it's like two people who go camping.
Right.
Intense.
Right. They're intense.
They're intense.
What a time.
Yeah, just still waiting on that third team to roll in, see who's going to take the final spot on the podium and get that third place medal.
That's it. That's it.
Maybe I can find a little update for us real quick as we sit here.
Go ahead real quick. Do a quick adjustment. 24 hours, you get some things tied up around here. It's not always easy on the eye.
It looks like bad ideas make good stories. Maybe the next team
Okay.
strolling in soon. They're about
We
to
like
be on
that.
Highland Avenue and then get on West 4th Street. So looks like they're making the pace to be the third place team.
There
But
we go.
I've been wrong before, Eric, and I could be wrong again.
You were wrong one other time, weren't you?
Buddy, I've been wrong more than I've been right.
Okay.
But if I'm right here, I call my shots.
Got a second place, or first place winner, I think there, bub.
That's the first place.
I believe that's
Winners,
a first
Eric.
place.
Put some respect on there.
Sorry, bub.
The
Keep an
music in
eye
the
on
background
tent here.
still bumping.
Yeah. There we go.
And we're stabilized.
Finally stabilized.
We
Sorry
did it.
about some of that visual there, folks.
So we had Team Icy Hots coming in first. Trail Runners,
Trail Cowboys.
Trail Cowboys in second.
Trail Cowboys in second. Icy Hots in first.
And now we're slowly anticipating that third squad.
That's it.
Not sure who it's going to be coming in yet.
Well, we'll see momentarily. That third place, bub. One team remaining to claim that coveted podium spot at the Buck 50. One more remains.
I would say it's the final countdown, but there's been so many countdowns today, I'm not confident in saying that.
You're not confident, huh? Okay.
Dave
okay.
gave us about, 11 countdowns? 11 6-minute warnings?
He gave us a bunch.
12 of them?
He gave us a bunch. Yeah, there were a lot of warnings.
For a big guy, he gives a lot of warnings.
Yeah.
He's got a good temper on him.
What are you munching on?
Gum.
Oh.
Can you hear that?
I could hear that.
I'm done chewing that.
Yeah, you're good. I just didn't know
I
it was
swallowed it. I was like, I thought you could hear that because I could hear it. Yeah, no more gum. That was the first piece of gum I probably had in like 3 years.
I realize now that I felt you reach in front to grab the piece of gum.
Tastes good. Spearmint's a good
just
flavor.
straight up swallowing it though is a diabolical work.
I mean, what do you want me to do? Litter?
I don't know. My first default
Instinct is to just throw it away.
yeah, but I'm not usually trying to throw away or swallow my gum. I'm just usually like, oh, I'll spit it out.
I just accidentally do it so many times.
Yeah.
Talking about swallowing gum, Kendall. Come on. Figure it out over
it
here.
do be that way.
It do be that way.
Do be that way. Just to the left of us, or the right of us here, are a few tents. I think people are setting up and really gearing up for the day. And we are probably about an hour from this place being
just absolutely a madhouse.
Just mayhem. Like, I'm looking forward to that moment. I personally cannot wait.
I'm looking forward to talking to some of the runners that, finished the event today. Maybe we get a conversation with a few of the runners that crossed the finish line this afternoon. Like to hear from some of them about their experience, maybe some veterans of the course and some newcomers as well.
Of course.
We've got bad ideas, make good stories, just making the turn onto South Bowman Road.
Okay.
So they are, as of right now, the front runners to finish in that third place spot. Slightly behind them, or right behind them, is Heart of a Bearcat, making their way onto West Main Street.
There we go.
Just a couple streets behind.
Okay.
Still time to make up the ground.
Yeah.
Got to make that trek.
Yeah.
Bad ideas makes good stories. Now getting ready to turn on to Johnson Road.
Okay, so they're
very close.
They're very, very close.
Couple more turns for them, and then they're on the home stretch.
That's what it sounds like, bub. That's what it sounds like, bub.
Looking at a few other teams that might be following behind. We got the Jog Fathers. They're right there on West Water Street. On West Water Street as well as Artificially Insane.
Oh, that's a good one.
On South Paint Street, a place where I go frequently because I got some good friends on that area. We got Paint Valley Prison
Good.
Break.
Okay, I like that.
And then we got the Relentless Runners making the turn on Enderland Circle, making the little loop around, and then going to get on North Paint Street. I'm sorry.
So we're just moments away from our third place team crossing the finish line here.
It's definitely going to be one of those. We're going to see a couple early teams, finish, and then we're going to see just a hefty dose of teams coming in the next hour or so.
Well, by the looks of it here, Bub, by what I'm able to see, we are going to see 3 teams finish in part 3 of our episode, which will go on for another few minutes here. As after the third place team finishes, we're going to go ahead and get to part 4 here, but we're going to keep it right here until the third place team crosses the finish line. And by Bub's judgment, it looks like bad teams make good stories. Is that who you said?
Bad ideas make good stories.
Bad ideas make good stories. There you go.
Yep, they are now on South Pullman Road, making the run up to West 4th Street.
All right.
And then right here to the top of the hill.
Just moments away, Bub. Moments away from bringing in a third place squad.
Man, what a day. What a couple of days
What a
we've had.
couple of days.
I mean, this is my first time experience the Buck 50.
Yeah.
And I knew it was a lot of running. I didn't know what to expect, but I had no idea it would have so many experiences, sights to see. It's been a great event so far, and we're still going. We still got 6 more hours.
Still going strong, Bub. 6 hours remaining on at least our slate of what's going to happen here. Just now to noon. And Bub, as I stop and I do the math here, 6 more hours remain. That's a fifth. That's a fifth of where we started at.
That is. We are officially 4/5 of the way completed.
Wow.
Just the last 20% to go.
80%, so to speak.
80% done.
Love it.
See if there's any action happening. We still got Heart of a Bearcat following in 4th place. The Jog Father sitting in 5th. Right close behind them on West Water Street is Artificially Insane.
Okay.
So there might be a little race between that 5th and 6th spot.
Okay. Bub keeping us up to date. I like the Bub dates.
Got to keep them informed. Got to keep them waiting on their toes. See, but you can't give them your next move, Eric. You can share your hand.
Can't.
Too cold. Put your hands outside right now. It's cold. Like they're just numb.
Okay. That's fair.
I mean, I make good points sometimes.
Once in a while, you accidentally stumble upon one.
It's usually when I'm drawing a circle.
I don't understand.
You get it? Because like I mess it up. You can't really draw a point on a circle. There's no points on a circle.
No.
Yeah, me neither.
It's as dumb as we get.
I'd like to say that.
Patiently awaiting
The
third
banners
place
are
team.
The banners are getting the wind effect right now.
They are. Well, they're currently replacing one. They're taking down the start banner to put up the finish banner.
That makes sense.
Is the goal. That is the goal.
Okay, it's not the wind.
Not the wind.
Very understandable.
No wind problems.
Oh, we
Bob.
got
It's
somebody
sunny.
rolling in here.
It's sunny and 65.
And I believe that is the team of Bad
Yeah.
Ideas Make Good Stories.
Is that who it is, Bub?
I would believe that to be.
Bub, do we have a puker?
Oh,
Do we have a
we
puker?
do. Let's go. The first puker of the day.
No, this is not someone's finest hour.
This is what the Buck 50 does. It's a gauntlet.
Bub,
I would be way worse.
This is a third place winner who pushed herself to the limit here, Bub.
I mean, this is what it's all about. It's not everybody, that has ran this race before has said it is not easy.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the effects of it. But I mean, for her to complete it, it might suck now, but she's going to feel proud about it later.
Yeah, to complete this race in that type of fashion, yeah, man, good for her.
Heck yeah, though.
Third
What an
place.
effort. What an effort.
Earn that third place victory. I love it.
That is awesome.
That is
the effort you want to see put into an event like this.
That is an astounding effort. And that's what makes it all go right there. That type of stuff, bub.
Get the job done no matter the cost.
Job's done. Third place, bub.
So rounding out that, we had the 3 teams finish, but we also have Heart of a Bearcat still right around the area on Johnson Road, making the right-hand turn to South Pullman Road shortly enough.
Capture just another minute or so of the third place team finishing, and we're going to get to our first break of the 12 o'clock hour while we switch it over to part 4.
I said we're going to get to see them run through the start line or the finish line altogether.
Yeah. Yeah. They're going
They got to capture that.
They're going to
moment.
do the thing, bub.
This is the puke and rally moment I wanted to see.
Oh, yeah. This is the moment Bub's been waiting for.
They're going to get a big cheer from me on this one.
Right here.
They're getting a big one. Not many people get the big bub cheer, but if you throw up, you're getting a big bub cheer.
Is that how you earn it?
That's how you earn it.
Is that the easiest way to get a big bub cheer? Just
That
throw
is.
up and
Just throw up.
Okay.
Win the game and throw up.
Win the game and throw up.
And here they come. Let her lead the way. She deserves it. She earned it. She looks like she does not want to walk a single step.
It doesn't look easy.
It doesn't.
It doesn't look easy.
But if it was easy, it wouldn't be a challenge, right?
That is exactly what it means. To be easy and to be a challenge. Yeah, you can't be both. Bub. Bad ideas make good stories.
Yeah!
Your third place winning team at the 2025 Buck
The
50.
podium.
They have earned a podium spot. Bub is a big fan.
But they might have won the spot. The first to puke in my
Bub.
vicinity.
Bub is a big fan of anybody who may puke.
Winners in my heart.
Absolutely, Bub. Absolutely.
Well, we should expect Heart of a Bearcat to stroll in here at any moment within the next 5 or so minutes.
While we wait on Heart of a Bearcat, we're going to have to use this opportunity to get on out of here and switch it over to part 4 of the broadcast, which will be our final portion of this, well, of the broadcast of the Buck 50. So we're going to go ahead and wrap up part 3. We appreciate you for watching. We're going to swing it over to part 4 here in just a moment. Keep it right here for more Buck 50 coverage on the 7-4 Sports Show.